Oh my gosh, well, I'm happy you're okay.
Bright pink.
And you think thank you.
I have like 35 pens in my car right now because I just cleaned out my car and it turns out I have a lot of pens in there. If anybody needs one, we can go get more. It's not really excited. Yeah.
That's what it was. I like it because I'm good.
Like amateurs. There's just not a light on that, bro. Get us in surround sound because it's gonna get us in surround sound.
All right, good evening and welcome to the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors at Saddleback Valley on December 18th, 2025. We are calling to meeting the order at 6:07 p.m. Roll call, Member Smith is present, Member Fryler,
Present.
Member Shaw,
Present.
Member Travis,
Present.
and Member Akasha.
Present.
Thank you. Approval of the agenda for the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy Board of Directors on December 18th, 2025. May I get a motion and a second? To approve?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? So moved. All right, last salute. We are very excited to welcome a special guest tonight, our student, a fifth grader in Mr. Chandler's class here at Saddleback Valley, Emily, and I'm sorry, Chaka Liasa. Please join us for the flag salute.
Yay.
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Face the flags. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Emily. And thank you to Emily's family for having her here tonight. Okay, recognitions. A, Classified Employees of the Year, and I'll turn it over to Mrs. Burdett.
Good evening, everyone. We are very excited to recognize several of our own amazing employees. So I would like to welcome up our chancellors, Dr. Greg Weiss, Mr. Wright, and Mr. Rectine, who will be acknowledging our classified employees of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Burdett. It's my pleasure to be here tonight to honor our classified employees. We will be recognizing from the middle school, Mrs. Heidi Edmondson. I have the pleasure of working about 5 feet away from Heidi every day. She's so incredibly kind and professional and knows her job and is one part of a three-part team up front that does such an amazing job supporting the whole school, the administration, the public. And aside from that, I've had a chance to get to know Heidi and to share later nights as we spend a lot of time at work. And I just want to thank her for everything that she does. You're a wonderful person, and I'm so grateful to see you every day. Congratulations.
Hello, everybody. It is my honor to present our award to Andy. So Andy Martinez, come on up. Andy is our head custodian and is more to our staff than that. Not only does he keep kids safe by making sure everything is clean and put together and stuff like that, but you will see him out with the kids at recess and at lunch, playing soccer, setting up soccer games. The kids love him. So in getting this award, and for Custodians Day, all the kiddos signed a soccer ball for him that he has proudly displayed in his office. What can I say? He does it all and he puts everything into it for us. So we appreciate his family coming out and we appreciate everything that he does for us.
All right, I'm here for SOC, and I'd like to recognize our food services person, Miss Carmen Montero. Come on up. She actually provides food services for all our campuses, but she does it with a smile. The students love her. She, helps everybody and assists to make sure they get what they need. And just last week and yesterday, we had Grill Day brought to our campus. That was a huge success. Our students loved having that there. So we want to thank her for being here with us.
Photos.
Yeah. Take a picture. What do you want first? Say something. All right. I just want to say congratulations again. We are so pleased to have you part of the OPA family and appreciate all the work that you do to support our students every day. And I'm so grateful we have this moment to acknowledge you and recognize all that hard work. Anyone else?
Yeah, I agree. And we all know that you go above and beyond for everything you do for the students and families. So we're grateful.
All right, picture time.
Yeah. I got it.
Going on here. Oh, yep. One of us is going down.
Should I do it?
No, I did it.
I fixed it. Go step up.
A little work.
It's because I have.
Clap.
The other. Like stay right there.
How about I do this?
No, it's fine.
No, but I-
normally we're gonna
but
go
I
that
don't
way,
need
so it
it.
doesn't.
Sorry, you're gonna do this one of the times.
Yeah, so just be aware. Yeah, there you go.
All right, we'll now move to recognitions B, California Honor Roll, and back to Mrs. Burdett.
All right, good evening. Tonight we're proud to recognize Oxford Preparatory Academy, SOC, for being named to the State Honor Roll. This recognition is based on California's academic data and honor schools that demonstrate strong student achievement and meaningful growth over time. It reflects the daily work happening in classrooms, high quality instruction, thoughtful use of data, and a commitment to supporting every learner, as well as a strong partnership between staff and families. This is truly a team accomplishment. This time, I would like to invite Chancellor Rectine of OPA SOC to join us to receive the honor roll certificate. I didn't ask him to prepare anything, so we would like to invite the board if you'd like to say any words. If not, we will come up and do a photo.
Great work, SLC.
It's great.
Yes.
The teachers, the staff, it's definitely a team effort. So I'm glad to bring this to them for their hard work over the past couple of years.
Are you gonna walk around with it at school
Yeah.
tomorrow?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he'll be on the roof
There we go.
Yeah.
celebrating. So thank you all. So, board, if I can get you to take a quick photo. Sorry, I'm doing all the social media things. Oh gosh. You okay? No, it's my fault. Let's see.
Like
That's
follow
you.
routine, everything in
You-
the
Yes.
right order, or the thing won't go up the ground.
So.
Oh, okay.
I was asking, like, how'd you get this? How do I get this?
Competitiveness.
Cool, so,
Right.
all good.
That's,
All
there's
right,
still more.
of course,
That's right.
plenty to go around. Okay, I think we will move on to community input on closed session agenda items. And before we hop into that, I do have a statement to read. I wanted to note that it came to the board's attention after our last special meeting that there were issues with the teleconference capabilities at one of the campuses during a portion of the meeting. We note that to the best of our knowledge, no member of the public had their ability to participate in our meeting in any way, and no complaints from members of the public have been received. However, we decided to re-agendize the closed session item, and there's one that we are re-agendizing tonight from that prior board meeting at tonight's meeting. Members of the public can provide public comment prior to closed session at this meeting. This is being done out of an abundance of caution to cure any issue that may have existed with the teleconference site. As board president, I have also asked staff to take appropriate steps to ensure teleconference compliance at all school site locations at this and future board meetings as well. We welcome public comment and participation at all of our meetings and regret any inconvenience this may have caused. So with that, members of the public may comment on items listed on the closed session agenda only. A speaker may not relinquish their time to another person. Board Secretary, do we have any comments regarding closed session?
No.
So closed session for discussion and possible action. A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation 54956.9, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to subdivision B of section 54956.9, 3 cases. B, public employee appointment, discipline, dismissal, release 54957. C, public employee performance evaluation, executive director 54957, and D, conference with real property negotiators 54956.8. And with that, the meeting will move to closed session at 6:18 p.m. Thank you. All right, welcome back. We are reconvening the open session at 8:08 p.m. And we do not have any anything to report regarding action taken in closed session. Community input: members of the public may comment on items listed on the agenda or non-agenda items. A speaker may not relinquish the time to another person. Board Secretary, do we have any comments on agenda or non-agenda items?
No.
Thank you. Items for presentation and discussion. A, Chancellor's report, and I will hand it over to Mr. Recting, or Dr. Wise, and Mr. Wright.
Good evening, everybody. So what we thought for this evening's presentation from the chancellors is kind of highlighting on some things that have been going around on campus over the last month or so. As you know, the fall time here at OPA is, we talk about we do all the things. This is definitely our do all the things time. So I do have a clicker so I can, so a little bit about what SV's done over the last few months, right? We had our Dia de los Muertos assembly, right? A Veterans Day assembly, which is part of our third grade civic engagement project, into trimester awards, majors, and all of you know our majors is our making academic jumps over rigorous standards. That's, I always forget one of this is the first time I've gotten it in a while. Which is fantastic, right? For those of you that aren't familiar with majors, it's where our professors essentially get their passion projects together and kids are able to sign up. And for the last 30 minutes or so of school, our kiddos are able to participate in those majors. So kind of like our clubs, but during the school day. So all kids, first through fifth, are able to participate. We've got our awesome kinder fashion show. Our fifth graders here at SV did the Signs of Stuff show, which is their fifth grade, their grade level performance. As you know, each grade level does a grade level performance every year, and Kinder Fashion Show was the first one for Kinder. Our classroom spelling bees, fifth grade went to SoFi, maybe kicked some field goals, got to two around there. We've had a bunch of Meet the Masters. Our last one was Picasso that you'll see. We've got a little video to show. And then obviously we are set up here. We just had Polar Express, Frosty Follies, and Jingle Jam. So, you know, we're talking essentially November 1st through today. That is all that we have done, at least at the SV side. And so we'll see SOC and middle school and what they've had to do. But we talked about this being a busy time of year, and we just wanted to kind of put it in writing. And then we've got a brief video for you all.
Next up at SOC, looking at your list, Adam, they reminded me we do a lot that to me feels like second nature that I forgot to even put it on my list. But some things that we did, we had a Veterans Day assembly that we got up in the front of the schools, did the national anthem and everything, and celebrated them. We did this year. We are trying out something new. We have separated our awards assemblies into two separate assemblies to recognize that the different criteria each one does. So trimester is what our academic awards are, and champ awards are our behavior P/S awards. We did our majors. We had our ABC fashion show, spelling bees. We did kindness rotations with SHIP, so they had a week to go there and they had different centers to go to learn about kindness for each other. We did our SoFi field trip, and I should have put a picture on there because Miss Burdett let me go this year. So I got to go throw the ball around. And then we did Heritage Museum and the Mission. We did our Friendsgiving with staff presented by our Honor Society. We've done Jingle Jam. We've done dress days. I was on the roof the other day, completely safe. I was okay. You know, if you're one of the kids, I was never on the roof. That was Santa's elf that was on the roof that day. So we had those experiences there. And I do want to highlight that I got to work on my first grant and it got approved. So we had a parent that works for the Parker Foundation, and they submitted our school for a STEAM grant. So we applied for it. And with the help of our STEAM teacher, Kaylee Lacey, she said, I wanted to get some of the VEX robotic systems into our elementary school. And what's great is the VEX robotic system is what our middle school is using. So now our third through fifth grade will be able to have that experience and get some of that exposure to it before they get to the middle school. So help hype up that when they get up there. So we got awarded a $2,500 grant for the robotics. So that is what we have at SOC.
And like our elementaries, our middle school kids have been keeping busy. Since in around the same time frame, we had all of our sixth graders go to their Poly camp for an amazing experience in the mountains for 3 days. Oh, pardon me. Yeah, we had our classroom spelling bees, where our winners from each of our classrooms came together to compete in our site level spelling bee, and 3 of our students will be moving on to the next stage of the spelling bee competition. We had our PAL Thanksgiving food drive. We've had our band performing in several different places. They actually visited Knott's Berry Farm, where they performed there. They performed on campus at our winter band and orchestra concert that was hugely attended. We had so many kids and parents show up for that. So it was a really amazing experience. We have our Frosty Follies, which did their roadshow to the elementary schools very recently, where all of our littles got to see the older kids singing and dancing and performing for them. They're going to continue that tomorrow, actually, when we host our Winter Wonderland event, where we have a 2-period event for each grade level. So throughout the day, we'll have 3 different versions of the same event, where Frosty Follies will be part of that winter-themed performance games, booths, and everything on our last day of school of the semester. We've had our Rise Awards, where we celebrated for the second time so far during Q2 our amazing students for demonstrating the best of those character traits that we're instilling and teaching in all of our classes. So lots of busy student activities over the past month or so. We're already into the planning stages of much of next semester that'll involve a ton of awards. And so our first award ceremony will be coming up very quickly when we come back, and we'll be looking at all of our fall semester academic performance, and that'll sort of kick off a whole series of student recognitions and celebrations throughout the spring semester. Okay. All right.
And what we figured to kind of round out every good presentation, talks about the OPA. We need a little montage. So Jonathan, are you able to get the montage going? There was a video. Okay.
It was working here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, if you could.
We can do a dance, you take a dance of it. Yeah. Yeah, I can post up and we'll send out the video to you guys. And then just a little bit coming up, 3-week break. We're all really excited, really, because for these last 6 weeks, we've been doing all the things. So we're excited for 3 weeks to rest, relax, reinvigorate, and for all of our kiddos to be ready to go come January. So that is it for us. Any questions?
We'll show the video out. It was working earlier. So.
It's working in our board folder.
Perfect. We'll put it on social media too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah. So if you guys want to watch amongst yourselves, let's give a little more. All right. That's it for us. All right. Thank you guys. I'll just stay here. I'm up next.
Okay, presentation item B, library space at Oxford Preparatory Academy, Saddleback Valley. Back to you, Mr. Wright.
All right. Well, a little update on our library and some of the planning that we've been doing. I have some of my fantastic Honor Society parents here to support for the library. Just so you know, Honor Society, we had our bubble run this year. We raised a record sum over $70,000. And they've given us a nice healthy budget going forward for this library. So we're really excited for it. So the Honor Society has given us about $15,000 for our library, with also a promise of if we need a little more, they might help us out. But they have budgeted $15,000, and with some groveling, I think I might be able to get some more out of them too. In our budget right now, we have furniture, bookshelves, stuff like that. It's going to cost about $7,500. We decided to repaint at least the walls. There's a lot of damage to the walls from TVs being up and stuff like that. And we tried to do the patching, and it looks like we did the patching. So we decided to kind of contract out to have someone to come in, do the patching, give us a nice base coat. And then we're gonna have a beautiful mural. I thought I had put the picture on there, but I don't think I did because I couldn't get it from my phone to the presentation. But we already have a mural that's been designed. I think I've shown some of you, and obviously Honor Society has seen and planned it, and it is amazing. I actually have it on my phone. I can show you guys later. And it's going to be spectacular. And then we've got some installation of the furniture and stuff like that, which won't cost anything. We'll do that in-house and put it in. Maybe we'll have a stack the shelves day where we have parents kind of come in and help us stack the shelves or build some bookcases Saturdays, because right now the count is about 23 bookcases. So anybody that's been to IKEA and bought bookshelves from IKEA know how long that takes. So enlisting some parent support, and I'll be honest, I have amazing parents at SV, and I know they'll come out in force to help us. So we're hoping to get some painting done over winter break, but it looks like we've got to kind of push that because we're going to need some board approval on some funds for the painters. So that'll probably get pushed more to January in the last emails we were talking about. And then once the classroom is painted, the mural will be able to get done. And once the mural is done, we will install the bookshelves. So the mural will have a slight overlap with where the bookshelves are, so it fits seamlessly in. You can see in that small picture is kind of an example of what we are looking to do with the bookshelves to kind of create some soft reading spaces. You don't see any tables in there because we have a steam room, we have classrooms, we have places with tables for kids to work on their laptops and stuff like this. This is really what we wanted to be, kind of a soft seating area with kids that have little nooks, very relaxing space. The location of it's room 13. It's also next to that little turfed area between the buildings. So that's also a space where kids are able to take books and even go outside and read when it's nice, because it's California and it's nice here 375 days a year. Those of you who are good at math got that joke, so thank you. We seek permission from Satellite Valley to paint. We're just painting, patching the walls. We're going to replace the countertop in there. It's a little chipped and sink to make that kind of pop. We've got our murals. And then obviously the new bookcases, create those reading nooks, soft seating, and then we're working on a book checkout system. I know SOC has a great one too, so we may be jumping on that. We're just looking at some different options to check out those books. We already have books on staff on hand from our old library, and our Honor Society has done a great book drive to help us get some newer books and more donations. So I know if we are looking for more books or updated series, we can do another book drive for families. And as we get into next year also, that could be also a goal of our bubble run and some of our things. What our society has done a great job of doing is really putting a goal for our fundraising of what that money is going to go pay for. And I think that's really helped our parents to be involved. And when they see this come out, I think they'll be really excited. So like I said, the painting changed a little bit in the last 2 days, so this didn't get updated before then. But once the painting starts, then we'll order the bookshelves. And those are really just off of Amazon, so we can order those at any point, and they'll be here in a couple of days. So super excited for it to happen and to have that space for our kids and our staff to be able to go to and have kids have that nice quiet space to read and enjoy some time. Any questions? Looks great.
Yeah, thanks for all the hard work. Thanks to the Honor Society for a great job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Sure, I have a comment too, if I
Yeah.
may.
Yeah.
Just that, again, echoing the things, and especially in terms of doing the planning around total cost of ownerships and really understanding what's necessary, the infrastructure, et cetera, so we can like figure out collectively what can we do as an organization, right? And then what can the Honor Society contribute. So I really love the collaboration that appears occurred here as well. So thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And once again, thank you to our SP parents that have already donated books.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm so lucky to have the families that we have here that are willing to chip in. So
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. Oh, will there be like a ribbon cutting? And
Oh, yeah.
will we be? Okay.
Oh, yes.
Please invite us. Yeah.
I have a kid that would
She has a,
volunteer.
yeah,
A kid that will volunteer.
Okay, thank you. So.
I know.
but it's good. Good to look.
We'll go to C, School Services of California. I'll turn it to Dr. Fricker to introduce our interviews.
Good evening, members of the board. So today we wanted to bring back School Services of California for them just to outline the scope of their proposal and then give the board plenty of time to ask any questions that they may have to our representative. We do have on the line Daniel Connolly, the Vice President of School Services of California. And so we know that this was proposed to us for school services to come and do just an in-depth study of just the different departments at the central office. We always have this strive to have continual improvement and make sure that we are implementing our best practices. So this organization has a longstanding history of working with school districts and charter schools, and they did indicate that many charter schools are knocking on their door for the same thing during this time. So we are not the only ones who are looking to improve our practice and move towards that best practice. So I just want to introduce Danielle, and then if you can just introduce you and the scope of your work, and then I'll turn it over to the board to ask you questions. So thank you for being here this evening. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Fricker. You did half of my job for me by giving the background of our company, and so I'm sure everyone appreciates that efficiency at almost 8:30 at night. Good evening, Dr. Smith, Board of Directors, Administration, and other school community members. I'm Danielle Conley from School Services, and I am visiting tonight to talk about the special study, the proposal for the review of an organizational review of the central office and specific functions within the central office. More specifically, the operational areas of payroll services, position control, budget monitoring, and then on the instructional side, federal and state reporting, school site report, and LCAP development as well. And so in terms of the special study and an organizational review, I'll make a distinction just up front in terms of the differences between an organizational review and an audit. An audit is more compliance focused, evaluating adherence to compliance and legal requirements, whereas an organizational review, we're more improvement focused, evaluating effectiveness of your organization, really digging into the positions within your central office, and are your organizational structures configured to support programs, instruction, and operational needs. And so in terms of this particular study, what would be involved in the work is some field work visits in terms of our staff. We would have a team of 2 directors, myself, and I have another partner that I work with when we do these types of studies. We would visit with your central office staff, learn about their work and identify areas for improvement, collect documentation from your charter and evaluate that documentation as it relates to process, procedures, and communication practices. So that's the nutshell methodology for this particular study, as Dr. Fricker alluded to earlier. This is a very popular request right now. School Services, we do work with all local educational agencies in the state of California, inclusive of school districts, county offices of education, community college, and charter schools as well. And so I'm going to pause there. I can share the proposal if the board of directors would like me to, or I can answer any specific questions since I know you've already reviewed this study.
Any questions?
Yeah. If I want to talk, do I have to go up there? Or was she?
No, we have.
All right. Thank you, Daniel. So on the October agenda, I think I had the question, or the question was raised by me. I saw the proposal, and I appreciate that a lot of the items on the proposal are about effectiveness, efficiency, and performance. But I think the key trigger for us to look for this, I think, look for this service is to look for potential operational vulnerability and risk and to mitigate those risks. And while I see there's like one item on the proposal that talks about segregation of duties
Mhm.
and the adequate internal controls, it's just one, and much of the proposal is not focused on what I think our main concern was. And I think those other points are important, but not as emphasized for us in terms of what we're looking for. And I think that's why I'm appreciating this opportunity to kind of clarify with you and to have this open discussion with my board members.
Thank you. So in terms of any particular area, process, or practice that there are concerns about, could you maybe share a little bit more? Is it budget monitoring, fiscal management, staffing expenditures? Are there more details in that question that you can share?
I think one of the things that we're looking for is there's potentially new laws that are happening in the charter school world when it relates to fiscal management. I think we want to be proactively prepared to handle any of those things and making sure that there's no gaps. To me, I'm familiar with the term like a transformational business process. I'm hoping that that's the kind of recommendations that you come back with, specifically in the fiscal components to ensure that we can be as solid as possible to make sure that we're being able to do everything we can for the students.
Got it. So in terms of, I'm going to look at the position control bullet and talk about segregation of duties, internal controls. If I were to assume the percentage of your personnel expenditures of your budget, is it safe to say it's 85 to 90% of your budget, your personnel expenditures?
76%.
76%, still rather high. So when we look at position control, it's very common for you to actually not have position control. And some of the symptoms of that we see are where we don't have approval processes in place for staffing decisions. We don't have positions in place with authority to approve those transactions. And many times in smaller organizations, especially charter schools, we may have the same individual creating the transaction, processing that transaction, and posting that transaction. And so we will call things like that out in the report and then configure staffing and positions that support a balanced accountability structure to manage that particular function. So this being an organizational review, though, is not a deep dive into your budget and your fiscal practices, which is a different type of study. If you want to do a forensic study of your budget and preparing for the upcoming changes in charter school financial oversight and management, that would be a completely different study. This is really looking at these particular functions, and we can change those functions that you're looking at, and determining, do you have the roles and responsibilities in place to do this work? Do you have structures that truly support your operations and your instructional needs? It's a very focused look from that perspective in terms of the organization versus a forensic look at your budget and your financial practices, which has more of an audit flavor to it, which is not something that school services does.
So in looking at under operational areas and looking at payroll and purchasing, you would still look at control mechanisms and.
Yes. Yes, we would look at your process. Purchasing is another area where I want to know how are your requisitions initiated? who's approving the requisitions, who's looking at that budget line to verify and validate that that's the appropriate use of those funds. Do we have multi-level oversight? Again, do we have positions that are authorized to make these decisions? Do we have the same individual who purchasing and procuring items and services for your organization that is also paying those invoices? What are the divisions of duties within your central office? And many times, again, it is very common in a smaller central office that doesn't exactly have an established department where we have utility positions that are wearing many hats. Very common in a smaller charter school, or even a charter school that you may be configured organizationally to fit the past. And maybe things are different now. And so if you've just got people picking up different tasks and different areas of work over time, you can get some internal issues there as well. But yes, as far as purchasing is concerned, that's called out. Payroll, in terms of that relationship between HR and business, that's usually a core area that we dig in on, because payroll, specifically in terms of the relationship between HR and business, who's generating that pay notification, who's processing and posting, that's a very important distinction that we need to make as well.
And then another question is, as you can see on the agenda tonight, we're deliberating about the possibility of bringing on a back office provider at some point, but we're not sure. So how will this study change if we go through with that or not? And should it occur after that decision?
Yes.
Or before?
I like that. I like that question. And I would like to coordinate the study with that decision. Did someone else have something to add to that?
Can you say that one more time?
You want Yeah, I like that question. I think it's good. We've done these studies in coordination and in concert with the back office provider. Because here's the thing, the back office provider is going to run your payroll, help manage your budget, but you still need that internal oversight. So if, for example, you're utilizing the back office provider, if you decide to do that, you can't just hand over all your compensation and salary data to them and say, cool, process it, right? We need somebody internally to audit that. We need to verify and validate if there are any docs in pay incurred because we've exhausted our leave, if we have any late starts or early terminations. Internally, somebody needs to be validating and processing that, and then handing those reports over to the back office provider for reconciliation of compensation and pay. So in the past, when we've done these studies, I actually asked to speak with the back office provider to learn their perspective of your practices, to see how we can partner together to develop this framework and this report to both serve your needs from that back office perspective and then internally. But with whatever you choose, you still need internal structure and positions to support the work. It's not like you can just hand it over. You're going to need those accountability structures in place.
Okay, so another follow-up question. We don't know if we're going to pick a back office provider or not. If we don't, then if we wanted to proceed with this, then we would just proceed. But if we do, how much later after that transition would you recommend doing this study?
I would, I do not know the nuances and details of how long it would take a back office provider to get started, but I would like to work in partnership with that, because I think it would be impactful to conduct the study alongside the implementation of back office provider support. If the board of directors chooses to do that, then we could build structures that could also support that. But independent and outside of that decision, you'll still need the internal structural support regardless of that decision. It's just really whether what their roles and responsibilities will be. They would be modified because your back office provider would be doing some of that work.
So based on what we just shared with you about having a back office provider, or that if we choose to move that direction, would you need to change your scope of work to ensure? Okay.
No,
Okay.
it wouldn't affect our approach. It would just be a little more coordination on our part where I would request to speak with your back office provider representative so that I could learn more. I'm going to probably take a wild guess that we don't have a position control technology platform in place. You may be using something like ADP, or something similar, which is processing your payroll. But you probably don't have access to a true position control system. You're probably using various workbooks and worksheets. I don't know. This is just a wild guess based on the number of times that I've done this. And so I would like to work with them, if you so choose, to establish a position control database, and doing that in partnership would be rather productive. So it wouldn't change any of our targets that we're looking at in this scope. It would simply modify some of the approach and methodology in terms of how we provide analysis and then some recommendations.
Any other questions? No comments? Well, we really appreciate you joining us tonight and further educating us on the opportunities here, and we look forward to continued conversation with you.
All right. Thanks for having me. Best of luck in your decision. And Dr. Fricker, I look forward to talking with you soon.
Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate
Have a
it.
good night, everybody.
Good night.
All right, item E, presentation of the 2026-2027 board meeting calendar, and Dr. Fricker.
We table it back.
So the board meeting,
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped. Are you fine to go to calendar, and then we'll go back to
either way. Either way is fine.
Okay, let me back us up. We'll
Okay.
go to the, okay. My
No problem.
apologies, I jumped
No
ahead.
problem.
Okay, back office services overview, please.
I'm up here anyway. Okay, so the back office service provider. So this really goes, the prior conversation really goes nicely into this conversation. We do want to ensure strong fiscal management and compliance. That was a priority of the board. Improve service quality of responsiveness, evaluate total costs, and have transparency, and identify the best long-term partner for Oxford Preparatory Academy. So back office partners, they do a variety of different services. When we actually went out for a request for services, we looked at finance and accounting, payroll, and retirement reporting, external reporting, internal reporting, and budgeting, compliance, accountability, facility support, strategic consulting or grant support, and then marketing support. When we looked at there's 5 back office providers that we sent requests to. The top 3 did presentations, which were Charter Impact, CSMC, and EdTech. This gives you their years of service, about their resumes in terms of how many schools that they support across states, and then where they're located. I know this is a presentation we've already given. I'm just like a summary, so we're going through a little bit quicker. Here we wanted to just give you a cross comparative of if they provide all of the services and which ones do not, and then which ones would have extra fees associated with some of those additional services that are not included in their base price packaging. When we go down to that base price packaging, you'll notice that EdTech had a fixed price. They had add-on services that you could elect to you could elect if you wanted those additional services to be added on to the base price quote. You'll notice that Charter Impact and CSMC had different percentages of the total revenue, which is how they base their costs scale off of. The rough estimates of costs are out there for you. Charter Impact is 437,000, CSMC is 381,000, and EdTech comes in at about 360,000. And then we did make sure that we asked if they would price match or try to get the lowest comparable price. So some did indicate CSMC and Charter Impact that they would, but that I do not have any indication to you what would happen upon the renewal of that contract. So I don't know if they would hold steady to that price upon the renewal of the contract, or if it would go to their base price that they indicate above. So that may be one thing, if we do go forward, we would want to clarify. If we move forward, we wanted to determine how quickly or how slowly this transition would be. It would be a major migration for the organization. Charter Impact and CSMC said that they could do it in about 4 weeks, whereas EdTech said it would be about 8 weeks. And I think that you could probably split the difference and say around 6 weeks is probably going to be the right amount of time. I would give the other two companies, including ours, we have to generate documents and then have a transition time for that. And given our staffing constraints too, I want to factor that in and kind of be a more conservative number. And then we did ask what our obligation was. So we would have to, as you know, the prior presenter Danielle stated, that we would have to have front office support feeding into a back office provider, and those internal controls we would want to strive to our best practices in all of those internal control areas anyway, regardless if we pick, that would still remain a goal for us as the administration. We are responsible for long-term planning, and the board is largely a part of that long-term strategic planning, and that would help feed budgets in a 1, 3, or 5 year timeline. And then we do develop some of those budget assumptions, and some of those budget assumptions for the back office and building that budget would come from just longitudinal history of expenditures. So that would be a combination between front office and back office. And then the major responsibility for us in terms of lottery enrollment parameters and the developing of our student enrollment, which actually produces our ADA, would be a major component that we would still have to oversee that process, which we would in-house anyway, running that lottery and that open enrollment process. So financials, the options for the back office support is really looking for which vendor is the board feeling that they, based on the demonstrations that we saw and the information provided, which is the vendor that we feel most comfortable moving forward with, if we do feel comfortable moving forward with a vendor at this time. And then once you do pick a vendor, like what are those services that you're wanting the back office to actually provide support? Is it the fiscal services and accounting? Is it payroll, external reporting, which would be like your attendance reporting, your CalPATS reporting, things of that nature, compliance reporting, and then marketing and support. So really in front of the board this evening is the discussion that you can have, and then providing us some direction to, one, what is your vendor selection if you have one, if you come to one, and then 2, what would be those requested services that you would be wanting us to talk with that vendor about, because then we would go back, compile a contract, develop a formalized contract with that vendor based on the services that you were wanting them to provide. And then we would bring back that contract for your review in the January board meeting or February board meeting, whichever timeline you would want us to bring that back in.
I have a bunch of questions.
Okay, good.
So what does high flexibility which you listed for charter impact and CSMC mean compared to ed tech's being low flexibility or limited, I think is what you meant.
When we were asking specific questions on different operations, they said that they could customize an approach for us, a CSMC and charter impact, so that they could customize an approach to us. Where ed tech said it was a fix, like this is their process for. So for example, one of the questions off the top of my head, what we asked, so if we have a fund and we want to pay this expenditure with this fund, are we verifying that this is the correct utilization of that fund for this expenditure? Or are you doing that? And so for ed tech, they said that that's our responsibility. We would have to make sure that that fund would be the appropriate fund to use for this expenditure. Whereas the other two companies said that we could go back and forth with them and ask them, can we use this for this fund? Can we not use this for this fund? And we can kind of have more of a flexible dialogue on that. Whereas for ed tech, it was just an extra fee if we wanted to. They give us so many hours in the month, and then any additional hours that we would have to use, it would be at our cost.
So I imagine that's highly useful to have the high flexibility and the customization in what you get.
I would think so.
Okay.
I would feel more comfortable with that.
Yes.
That probably is a better answer.
Got it. I think it's really important that we know the answer to the price matching question,
Mhm.
right? So
For the contract renewal.
correct.
And forgive me, we thought of it as we were kind of preparing in the last couple days. And so we don't have an answer back for that, because I'm like, oh my gosh, what happens if we renew the contract? It just occurred to me. So we will go back and get that answer. Yes.
I don't mean to like flip this back on you, but where do you see as us needing the most support from a back office provider in these categories? Finance and accounting, external reporting, payroll. I think we can discuss marketing, but out of the first three, I think finance and accounting obviously would be a core function of a back office provider. Payroll, HR, retirement. I don't know these things very well. I'm just going to be honest. How much and external reporting, is that necessary or customary, or is that more of like an option?
Well, they're all optional.
Yeah, I know.
Maybe can we start from a precursory question, and I would look at Amy and probably Delight, Ms. Travis for the answer, because what was the back office provider providing before? Do we remember?
Finance and accounting for sure. I don't know the ins and outs of all the other functions. It wasn't marketing.
Right.
I don't know how much they did payroll. They didn't do HR. And I think they did some external reporting, but I don't know to what extent.
Okay, then I don't know that answer. So thank you for that. Going with like marketing and support, most of these companies outsource anyway. They have an ancillary or an adjunct company that comes on and does that option for them. And we could pick that. We probably could explore that in a couple of different ways. So I'm just going to move that one off the table for right now. External reporting. It's funny, we had our chief business officer interviews today, and external reporting was kind of one of the biggest things that he brought to our attention. The candidates brought to our attention in terms of how important like attendance, accounting, reporting, the accuracy of that, because that really funds your fiscal income that we receive. So that to me is primary in terms of accuracy of reporting. We have a lottery system and we enroll students, and we continue to enroll students on a daily basis. So the internal monitoring of that is going to be high, no matter if you have a back office or not. We are still going to bear the brunt of making sure that we have every student in every single seat to the maximum amount of the year we can. So I think that would largely be an internal structure that we have to make sure is as strong as possible. And then when we go to payroll and retirement reporting, the processing of payroll is one function of the HR office, and then the reporting retirement and the actual payment of retirement to STRS and PERS is actually done through the county office of ed. So I think on the payroll side, we would still harbor a large amount of HR services and and payroll services on our front end to make sure that what we're feeding to the back office is accurate. And then how we're posting our positions, onboarding, and then exiting employees throughout the year. I think that would largely be a service that we would have to provide on the front end. And then there's times of the year where that's just naturally more heavy than other times of the year. Finance and accounting, I think this is the one area where the board has really vocalized a need for internal controls and for checks and balances. And so therefore, I see it as a joint, like you need those internal controls to be as strong as possible, those best practices. And if you went with a back office provider for finance and accounting, you would have a joint partnership in that regard. We knowing our Sage system and how we process payment and do purchase requisitions, you know, that the back office would take a large portion of that component on themselves, but we would still have to have front office support to have that separation of duty so that the person who's putting in that purchase requisition is not also the one releasing payment for that purchase requisition. So we would have to set up, even on the front end of the house, a separation of duties so that we maintain those internal controls.
To piggyback on the reporting answer you had, is CalPADS and student attendance the reporting?
Mm-hmm.
So I saw that was included with the CSMC proposal, but it sounds like it's not critical because we're going to be doing most of that ourselves.
We would be doing most of that ourselves.
And for the HR piece, in the presentation, I saw that Charter Impact works with both Paylocity and Paycor.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess Paycor is for HR. I'm not sure what that software does, but CSMC only does Paylocity.
Mm-hmm.
How much of a benefit does that give us to have the flexibility of two platforms versus just one?
To talk to the board about Paylocity versus Paycor is something that we haven't brought to the board's attention. It is on our to-do list to bring to the board's attention. So thank you for asking the question. And in looking at both of those systems independently, because we also looked at Sage, which was our financial system, independently of this to kind of get an idea of who does what and the complexities of that. So back to Paylocity and Paycor. Paylocity is a system that we've had for several years. We're very familiar with using it. When we looked at the Paycor system, there's a lot of within the Paycor system, there's a lot of systems integration already there. So for example, we have Paylocity, but then we have Vector, and then we have other components that we have to add on to Paylocity. Vector would be our employee training, and then managing like the benefit end of it. The benefits end of it is a different adjunct company that we work with. And so Paycor has all of that integrated into Paycor. So it's their own systems. We don't have to go into different systems to exercise these different functions that we want to and need to do within the organization. So it's a more integrated unit, consistent system, if you will. So if we want to simplify things, the thought would be, you know, proposing the idea to move to Paycor instead of having Paylocity. Paycor is actually a little bit easier on the monetary side as well. I don't have the figures right in front of me, but in the last quotes that we did pull, they actually come out when we add up all of the Paylocity and the other component parts versus Paycor actually comes out to be a less cost. So
that would favor Charter Impact.
We would be happy with the mindset of the possibility of moving to Paycor, but we could move to Paycor independent of you picking a back office provider. And then that would just be a later proposal down the line, probably in the spring. We would have to run that through our budget committee, finance committee, to see if that's a viable option.
Do you know what the outsource means with the CSMC in terms of marketing versus final site?
So when we talked at length to all of the back office providers and asked like a myriad of questions to them. Some do outsource to marketing companies and they just have an adjunct company that we would work with in conjunction with them, but they're not technically affiliated with that company themselves, where some have system integrated marketing firms inside of their company. So just like with Paylocity, we had to do vector training on an external company, and it was kind of a conjunction function instead of just an internal.
Oh, they're in-house. Okay.
Other questions?
I wanted, there was this AI thing that CSMC talked about last month, but I don't think I grasped the benefit of it. Do you know what your feelings about it, I guess? You know what I'm talking about?
I
It was
know
the
what
ed
you're
tournament thing, right?
talking about. I did not feel like it was prominent enough to weigh my decision.
Okay.
I would say that something similar in my own work environment is used for what they described. Again, it's helpful, but to me, it's not the make or break of the decision.
Are you asking for a specific, like, pick one?
I would say like this isn't an action item, right?
It's not an
But
action.
specific direction on who to explore a contract with that would come back for the board to take action on.
Correct.
If we desire that.
So if you picked 3 of the components, I would go to that vendor and say, these are the 3 components that we want, like give me your best quote contract with all of the bells and whistles, so like we can review the contract. I think Ms. Delgado would review the contract, making sure that the language is adequate for us and do the contract review. And then we would bring that back to the board for consideration, and it would be a board vote, whatever the board would want to vote on that item. But it just allows us to generate the actual contract and quote for you.
I have a similar question that was asked already, but a little different in that I believe all 3 of these are like highly qualified and could be excellent choices. I think we're down to a matter of fit, right? And based on what we specifically need. Looking at it from picking one of the vendors and what they can offer, like, do you have a recommendation? As you've been the most in contact and working through the different things with them.
In working through all of the vendors, not having worked with a back office provider, so I don't come from that lens of experience. However, I would go back to the flexibility question. I think things that can allow us to customize or be flexible with the back office provider that we would be coming into contract with would enhance success. And I do think that EdTech is it's actually been bought out by Vertec. So it's actually going to be, I kept it EdTech just to keep it consistent, but it's actually been bought out by Vertec. But between CSMC and Charter Impact, you're kind of comparing similar bells and whistles. I think if we are going to expand our conversation, which we have not yet, but just to enter this into the thought process as you're deliberating, Charter Impact does come with like other banking agencies. Like we've never talked about changing banking agencies, and so I don't want to put up any flares unneeded for the board at all, but that may something, just like we looked at all the Sage product and we looked at Paylocity product and we looked at Paycor, anything affiliated with this decision, we tried to look at to see what would be an advantage for our organization, what would not be an advantage for our organization. We spent quite a lot of time this fall exploring these things. And so, if we did have a banking option that gained interest on accounts, like that may be advantageous for the board to consider somewhere down the line. I'm not proposing it tonight. Charter Impact does have different banking institutions that allow for that type of flexibility within their organization.
Can I ask a question? So usually these vendors have like a set term that they typically do. Like some do an annual renewal, some say, we want a contract for 3 years. Do you have terms like that yet from them?
We don't have a set like an annual term or a 3-year term. Yeah. It's typical to go into the contract conversation once someone is selected and say, we are interested in a 3-year term for X. And that's why it got brought to my attention a couple of days ago about, well, when that contract renews, then what happens? And so I would want to also ask that question, which we apologize, have not asked yet. But definitely an annual contract is on the table. Could we negotiate a 3-year contract? You know, Ms. Delgado and I would probably talk to them and see what's possible. And then we would bring that back to the board. It could be that we could bring 2 contracts back to the board. If you wanted to narrow the field to 2, if that was the board's direction too.
Does Ms. I don't want to put her on the spot, but does she have a recommendation? Have you worked with these vendors?
I've had a chief financial officer. I used to work with CSMC.
Okay.
But it was a different setup.
Okay.
Because we were doing a lot in-house and maybe do what's the report.
Got it.
We were doing, it was different than what they looking for.
Okay.
You guys, any other thoughts?
Well, I hope we have some thoughts.
Well, I mean, I have thoughts, but I feel like I've been saying a lot. I don't want to like.
Doing great.
I think okay, so flexibility matters, pricing matters. Charter Impact gives us the most future options. If Charter Impact and there's like there's also a price matching thing with, and if I know EdTech is like a fixed price, but the other ones are percentages. And if they honor that percentage, then I think I personally would rather get a quote from them and have them be that percentage that CSMC offers as a price match for a very apples to apples kind of thing. But I don't know how you guys feel.
Oh, wait, are you advocating for Charter Impact?
Okay.
I agree with Charter Impact because they service people in our county, whereas I believe CSMC said they didn't last presentation, and I think that dealing with those authorizers really matters from my perspective. Totally agree with you.
I would just want to do one note is that CS, and I do agree with you about Charter Impact. Just on the presentation, it says that like there's no underestimated cost. It says 381, and the other 2 say there's additional fees, but the chart above said there was additional fees if we wanted charter renewal service or things like that. So I think we just need to be mindful of what is really included and what is extra fees on the different modules.
I wonder, given that they have that both of them mentioned the idea of price matching, if we should proceed in a conversation to get both contracts so that we can see at least what the bottom line number is for whatever specific services we're after. So then that conversation can be had. Like say, I mean, I understand that, and I guess it's publicly available, so I understand everybody knows where the lean is, but at least we can see that.
I guess the only thing I'll add is based on, staff recommendation and thoughts. I also lean towards Charter Impact, based also considering what you all have already brought up. But I would not think it is a bad idea to get the contracts from both to compare.
To be clear, CSMC and Charter Impact.
And for all the services, or are we just honed in on?
I would not do the marketing because if they're going to outsource it, I would rather us work directly with whoever we outsource to versus outsource.
I agree with that.
I'm fine with the 3 of the 4, skipping marketing too.
Okay.
I mean, is there a way to do like a la carte Cheesecake Factory menu where you're kind of like, you want this is extra, and we just pick and choose at the end? Or is it, like, why can't we just get prices for everything?
We can do that for the 2.
Yeah. If possible. If not, then skip the marketing, I guess.
All right, are you good?
I'm good.
Are we good?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay.
I'm still here though.
Yes.
So now we're gonna do each, right?
Yes.
Okay, presentation of 2026, 2027 board meeting.
So this is really quick for the board to consider. We brought this back at the last meeting and we like to have those calendars set a little bit ahead of time so that in the spring, the honor societies and the chancellors can really work with their teams to set the school set calendars around the board calendar so that there's not a conflict. We did add on Monday calendar for your consideration, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. We did not include Friday because it's a really hard day to have a board meeting.
Are the weeks all the same?
They're pretty much all the same. There's a couple dates that shift just because of if there's like Monday, we were like very cognizant of there's normally a lot of Monday holidays.
Yeah.
So we were trying to not catch it on a holiday.
Okay.
I think that was the most difficult one, but
Yeah, because I was looking at least on the Tuesday schedule, because it seemed like last time it was the most potential viable option.
yeah.
And there's a Labor Day week, that's a Tuesday. There's MLK and President's Day, and then there's a Veterans Day week, which is the following.
Yeah.
That's a lot of holiday weeks.
There's two where the Monday, the Friday's a holiday and the Monday's the board meeting. There's two of those on the Monday calendar. They were just not avoidable options. And February has a lot of Mondays off.
Yes.
So, but less than the Tuesday when they back up to a holiday weekend.
All right, so as was mentioned, we last left off that Tuesday was the best option for most, but not all. So we did look at entertaining the other days as well now to see where does everyone stand now. I'm still good with Tuesday or Thursday.
I'm good with Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday, but preferably Tuesday or Wednesday.
I'm fine with Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday.
And Tuesdays or Wednesdays for me.
So what day do we say?
The Tuesday it
So
is.
Tuesday?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay, perfect.
This isn't an action though. This is
Nope. I just bring the one calendar back for approval in January.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Hey. Maybe Dr. Fricker. No?
It's
No.
Maggie.
No, I was gonna say she gets a break.
I get a break.
Yeah, split. So F board policy and annual notification update. For that.
That's why I did a split.
All right, good evening, everybody. So we are continuing our review of recommended policies for the board to review and potentially adopt in a certain cycle so that every year we're required to review policies on a certain rotation. So for this evening, I have 5 different policies. One is not quite a policy, but that we are going to take a look at this evening. The first is a suicide prevention policy. Currently, we have board policy 5141.52. YMC, our legal representation, has requested or recommended that we replace it with their new suicide prevention policy. So it is attached. It is significantly different, although it is the same type of policy. So it's just to take a look at that and then completely replace it would be the recommendation. The next policy would be our suspension and expulsion policy. The current OPA policy is board policy 5144.1 called student discipline and due process. Their recommendation from YMCA is to update the title to suspension and expulsion policy and procedures and update with certain recommended legal updates. You do have a copy of a redlined policy for your review. The next one that we are looking at is a new policy. So YMC has provided a new policy, board policy 5145.13, immigration enforcement activity. And so it's a brand new policy with all of the recommended verbiage from YMCA for your review. The next one is education for homeless children and youth. Currently, OPA has a policy, board policy 6173. And the recommendation is to replace the current policy with their updated policy for homeless children and youth policy. So again, significantly different changes. So it would replace that current policy. And then the next one would be a brand new policy that YMC is recommending, which is board policy 6173.1, education for foster and mobile youth. So it is brand new verbiage from YMCA for your review. And then finally, this was a recommendation from the board to review where we address safe storage of firearms. Currently, it is in our annual notice to parent and guardians. YMC has a recommendation. They have their own annual notices packet that we have looked at. OPA currently and historically has used the OCDE annual notification packet and checklist. So currently we are uploading our annual notice, and we will be uploading it to the same location as board policies for ease of access. So it's easier to access and locate those different ones that aren't actually a board policy. They're just in our annual notices. And then when we get to the end of the year, we can review which annual notification packet we feel is appropriate to continue to move forward with. Any questions on board policies? Yes, ma'am.
I do. In suspension and expulsion, there is language that says that you can't be suspended for willful. I apologize. I had this written down. Willful defiance, but later in the enumerated offenses, it says that you can. So it's contradictory.
I'd have to look at the ed code, which one it's on.
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure that that was brought to your attention.
Did the governance committee, or which committee reviewed these? Or are these just being brought to the board?
Suspension and expulsion was academic excellence.
Okay.
This policy is 17 pages long, and I'm wondering for daily operations, similar to like the general complaint policy, is there like an internal matrix that might be useful for administrators to be able to reference rather than reading this really long document for when you have to do a hearing? Or I just would imagine it might be helpful, but I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there.
Most of the suspension and expulsion policies are kind of governed by ed code, and then are updated, and then are also based on what charters are required to follow and how that they're organized. Mr. Holmes, did you have anything to add? I know we've looked through it with our YMC, and every year there's updates to legal requirements for suspension and expulsion. Willful defiance, it depends on the nature of how that's defined, and it could be which letter it's under, which I'd have to see the letter. It used to be under 48900K, which was no longer a suspendable offense. It depends again on the severity and where it is impacting student safety.
Well, and the one thing I would say, I don't have policy in front of me that you're referring to. One thing that's been protected for teachers is under, and I'm not saying it's there in front of you, but the one part I know to speak to on this topic would be that teachers still have the right under 48910 to specifically decide to tell the principal they would like to suspend the child from their classroom still under K. They can still make that decision under K. I don't have it in front of me, so it may be referring to that.
Okay.
But the state has decided across all grade levels that we can no longer cite K for a suspension.
Out of school,
From school, that's correct, yes.
not out of class, out of school.
Correct.
So there's two different distinctions.
Yeah, and I'm
Well,
not-
yeah, because that's under the alternative means of correction, but if you go to the enumerated offenses, it's in there.
Here.
It would still be,
Oh, it's okay. This is a first read. So
Yeah.
I just
Like working blind.
Okay, yeah.
it's still gonna be listed under the offenses. They haven't removed it as an enumerated offense. They just removed our authority to suspend a child from school for the offense. And it's only for a certain duration of years. I think it's in 2029. They would have to renew it to continue. It might be 2030, but I think it's 29.
Well, and then in the annual notice, there's language that says that teachers can require parents to come to class if their kids are suspended under attendance of suspended children's parent guardian. The governing district board has adopted a policy authorizing teachers to require the parent guardian of a pupil who has been suspended by a teacher to attend a portion of the school day in a child's classroom. And that's not in that policy at all.
I think the challenge is.
Well, even if it's a teacher does suspend a student out of their classroom, it does require a parent meeting.
Well, that's not my problem. My problem is it's saying that we adopted a policy saying that, and we have not.
Okay. And that's in the annual notices?
Yes, and then back to the annual notice. The civility policy is not a civility policy, it's our professional boundaries policy. Because we have a civility
Mhm, we
policy
do.
and this is not
That's
it.
not it. Mm-mm. Thank you.
And then I had a question about transfers and how that language is listed in the annual notice and if that violates our lottery rules. Just as when you bring it back.
Okay, so we'll come back to annual notices separate. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
And I know
I
that
think-
last year when we revised our lottery rules, we made language in there where we could, for student safety reasons and for special education reasons, we could transfer student. And we made that as in the lottery regulations last year. So I'll just make sure that that is congruent with.
Yeah, I just wanted to.
So she's referencing PDF from the board agenda, and then the board folder red line version don't quite jive. Like the part that says willful defiance in the red line version is redlined out.
Okay.
So that might be
Yeah, that might be.
part of the confusion. Yeah.
And then the annual notice says the district a lot.
Oh, yeah.
So, and then it references a board policy that we changed this year. So if we continue to use this, we should change that number
Yeah.
at the bottom.
Because it's
And we
those.
will update annual
Yeah.
notices in spring when we go into the registration window. Just like we update the handbooks and everything else, that we update the policies, we'll update the other, and so like, because they're linked now on our policy tracker.
Yes.
Great.
And so for first read, thank you. This is the feedback after going through 18 pages of and trying to cite side by side all of the things that YMC had redlined for us to make sure that we've got everything.
It was a lot.
And
Perfect.
Good to get a lot of eyes.
A lot of eyes and a
Yep.
team.
Swiss cheese.
maybe Chris wants to come back, but for suicide prevention, did we run this by our school employed mental health professionals?
Yeah.
Remember we were gonna, in committee, we talked about, yeah.
The following day.
Nice.
His question was, did we run this by our mental health committee professionals that we had talked about in committee that we were gonna go
That's
back
suicide
and
prevention.
discuss with?
Yes.
This isn't pro.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah.
so they're involved.
So they're involved. It'll be part of our monthly meetings, and that's again with the first read of this policy. We're gonna make sure we have a clear plan moving forward to make sure everything is clearly calendared for that.
Okay,
That's academic.
and we still need to fill in parts of that.
Yes, there was a few components that because we're still working on, we had filled in all of the edits that we could at the time, and then there was certain outside organizations that we're working on with. We have a certain grant that we're working on looking at in terms of what we can and can't spend the money on and working in our committees so that we can clearly define what those actual agencies are. So I think right now we left it open that there will be agencies that we're going to contract with, but we didn't want to call them out at this point because we haven't contracted with them at this point.
If I could just make a request as you go through your next iterations, making sure it's clear when we're given the next iteration, the first versions of red lines versus what you've been changed since this point, just so it's clear to us what changed from this point on. Will be helpful.
I have one other thing. Under the education for the homeless children and youth policy, I want to make sure that the enrollment and lottery policies adhere to our charters. Because there was something in there
Not the
about
foster, the homeless one.
the homeless one, because there was something about how they would be enrolled. And I just want to make sure it aligns with our charter and lottery.
Well, to that point, I had a question around just as YMC is doing these reviews for us, are they using our contextual lens?
Yeah.
For this, or are we really just getting the basics according to law from them?
Yeah.
And then in-house trying to apply that lens.
From YMC, we are getting their legal requirement, legislative action requirement into a policy synthesized to us for us then to apply to OPA. I do think that they have access to our charters. I don't know how they create the policy to give to us. We can ask them that.
I think it's a good clarification and maybe it's, I don't know, depending on if you want to keep it internal or ask them to be triangulating with our charter. So we get something packaged in that way. Or if you want to continue to do it in, I mean, I'm not trying to dictate, I'm just saying. You should be clear, right? So we know if it's taken care of with them or not.
And there's several different members of YMC creating the different policies that they're giving to us, so. I'll cover you.
Also, under the annual notice, I'll wait till you're ready, Maggie.
Go ahead.
Okay, so like, Member Freiler said, there's definitely things that need to be put that are more OPA, but, one of the things that, it mentioned is transfers from the district, and we have separate ELAs again, so that doesn't really apply, like how that works. So I think we just, again, this is kind of where we want to make sure that it's clear.
And this is in the annual notices.
Yeah.
Can I just have a point of clarification? We did not update the annual notice.
Okay.
We provided it here because firearms lives in it.
Oh, sorry, that's my bad.
It's only for reference because firearms is not its own policy, but it lives in here. We have not updated the annual notices yet.
Okay, thank you, because the same with the snow, like, there was all the other things,
Yeah.
she said most of them, but she didn't say that one, so.
Bring back the fire.
Yeah,
So we'll come back because that will be something
fine.
we'll have to be prepared for next year. So we'll go through that. And then especially and that's kind of the cadence is once these policies get fine tuned and board approved, we have to look at all the places, handbooks, everywhere that they need to live and be cited. So we'll go through and clean that up and then bring all of those back to the board for next year.
Awesome. All right, any other questions, feedback?
No, just thank you. It's a
Thank
lot of,
you.
a
Thank you.
lot of work. Yeah.
A lot of learning.
Yeah.
Very
You're gonna know the policies inside and out.
Okay, moving on to G, the 2026-27 school year lottery update. That's what we, Ms. Burdette, Mr. Holmes.
Yeah, so it's that time of year. We're about ready to start open enrollment. So we wanted just another opportunity for the public to kind of review our lottery process. Just an option to make sure it's out there in the universe that they know what's coming and be aware of all of the opportunities they have to visit our school sites and understand our open enrollment. So again, for both our elementary schools and middle schools, the application for open enrollment begins on January 5th. We have parent information meetings coming up. So the two elementaries have them on January 27th and 29th. So we're going to start to market those. The middle school will have a parent information meeting on the 28th. The applications close on February 13th, and we will run our lottery on March 2nd. And then you see different deadlines to accept, but basically post-lottery application period will open March 2nd. And then there's a lot of different nuances with the middle school in terms of course selection. But the biggest thing we just wanted to call out is the opportunity for parents to continue to take site tours and to visit us for our parent information meetings and showcases. So this was just a quick reminder on TK birth date ranges. So just, looking at the CDE requirements for the 26-27 school year for TK, they have to turn 4 years old on or before September 1st. And then in terms of our marketing and advertising, for your understanding, we are continuing to work on different marketing techniques as much as possible, getting out in our community. The biggest ones are parent information meetings. So that is just an opportunity in person for parents to come in and ask questions, see the school sites, tour the campuses, look at what we have to offer, meet the professors. We have paid advertising going out. I think we've already had some postcards start to go out, flyer distribution, and then again, a lot of collected information. So we're working on that marketing component at this time.
Thank you, Aurelia.
Thank you, Aurelia, and to everyone involved with all of the things. And then finally, just some little updates. Again, last year we switched to a different lottery provider. And so we're fine tuning just little nuances with having any kind of new software system. To simplify it, this year, again, families will apply directly to the OPA school or schools of choice that they're applying to, and then placed in that lottery once the lottery runs. We're no longer going to hold a separate lottery for the virtual academy. Again, they will apply directly to the school of choice that they would like to attend, but we will continue to offer the short and long-term independent study contracts through our school sites. And again, this will again have increased flexibility flexibility for parents and families to move between long-term independent study and the seat-based program with minimal impact to the learning process. So again, just making that an easier system for parents as needed moving forward. He's like my Vanna. This is fun. I don't usually have a sidekick. Okay, so that was just, again, just an update. We're just excited for this process to start. This is always the exciting time of year to start really working on encouraging more families to come and join from OPA family. And yeah, thank you. If you have any other questions?
I have a question.
Sure.
Just wondering about all the marketing efforts. I really appreciate what's been done. Curious around targeted marketing in the neighborhood around the new middle school site. Specifically, you know, in terms of geographic proximity and families that might be wanting to have their children go there based on location.
I think we were trying to get, Relia was trying to get a mailer distribution list. Now that we have the site, what that zone of proximity would be that would naturally feed into that school site. And then we know that we just finalized all of the flyers that will be at school sites and then mailed out or distributed. So when she gets that mailing list, we will be sending that out to that area around the new middle school. Because yes, we want to build.
Yeah, we have a lot of great opportunities with the new site and the location because a lot of the families have to travel a pretty significant distance to their home middle school.
Right.
So we're hoping to really encourage us to be, you know, their neighborhood middle school.
Right. Along the marketing, there is a lot of school choices right now that are doing some amazing videos, and we have amazing videos that our kids have done here. It'd be great to be pushing that stuff out so that people can see how great OPA is.
I think we have some great opportunities for social media, the website. So we'll be working on learning all of those tricks and tips. So thank you. Anything you see that comes up that is different than what we're currently doing, send it our way and we will learn and figure it out.
Movie theaters.
Movie theater.
I added it to the list. Sorry,
It's honestly a thing. I just don't know the cost, but that's a thing.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
H revisions to board policy 3312 contracts and fiscal policy manual. Mrs. Jenny Delgado.
Good evening again. First of all, my name is Jenny Delgado, and I am a retired CBO, and I have the pleasure to be consulting for OPA while there is a CBO vacancy. So thanks for having me tonight. One of my first tasks as consultant was to look into the contracts, purchases, and payment procedures, to look into your internal process, internal controls, and how to strengthen those internal controls. And as a result of that interaction with the team, the fiscal team, we came up with these necessary changes. And you will see, this is the first reading, those two, the board policy for contracts and the fiscal manual, it has the language in blue. That is what we are changing or we're adding. And specifically for the fiscal policies manual that you know has many pages, we are reviewing section 2, items 6 and 17. And I want to make sure that you're aware that I have not taken the time to review the entire policy. That was not the intent at this time, only for contracts, purchasing, and payments. So this is the first reading and for your review. And we'll bring it back for second reading in January. One of the key components in both documents is to outline the implementation of a monthly purchase order listing. This listing, which details all purchase orders issued within the reporting period, that it will be each month, will be presented to the board for review and approval at the subsequent meeting. This process ensures that purchases are reviewed in a timely manner and that cumulative expenditures subject to the board approval are properly monitored and ratified as they occur. So that is one change. Everything else is you're already doing, but now is documented. Any questions at this time?
Great idea.
I don't have a question, but I just want to thank you as we've worked with you and the full team and finance committee to review this thoroughly and bring it to this point. So thank you for everything.
Yeah.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
And then
I like the clarity of it.
comments or feedback?
I would just echo what Amy said, and I think the clarity that you're going to bring with this component is definitely going to make things smoother. So
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay, all right. 2025, 2026, first interim report, and we'll turn it back to Mrs. Delgado and then invite up Mrs. Palladino.
Yes, thank you. Rosa, Director of Fiscal Service, will be joining me in this presentation. Perfect, thank you. So this is an overview of what we're presenting tonight. We'll go over what part of the budget cycle we're in, budgetary building blocks that are the assumptions that we use to revise the budget, multi-year projections. You will see the budget and multi-year projections for each school and also a combined a budget. We also added slides at the end of the presentation to talk about budgetary reserves, middle school relocation, provide you an update of those expenditures, and the middle school line of credit repayment, and then next steps. So next, we are on the second step of the budgetary cycle. This is called as the first interim report. It is our first opportunity to revise the budget after we adopted the budget in June. Remember, next please. Remember in June, we were still working with the May revise that the governor provided. But the final document from the governor and legislators come in July. So we have incorporated all that information now with new information. We updated the budget and multi-year projections with the most current information. It covers all transactions through October 31st. And for the 3 schools, we are filing positive certifications. That means that kudos to OPA. That means that the charter is projected to meet its financial obligations in all 3 years. Next. So the budgetary building blocks, as I mentioned, those are the assumptions. I'm not going to go through all the assumptions. It will be lengthy, but I'm going to show you is the highlights. In this case is on the revenue side. We have the local control funding formula that is about 80% of our funding. So what has changed since adopted budget? You see enrollment, the first number, for example, for middle school is 537. That's what we were estimating in June, based on probably, trends that we saw by March, you're doing budget development. For the updated first interim report, we are using 513 students. That is the actual enrollment as of the first or second week in October. We know that enrollments fluctuates, so we have another opportunity in March to capture the new enrollment. But for now, we're using the information, the most current information that is as of October. And you see the same for SB and SOC. We are assuming for the LCFF calculator, we're assuming that all factors stay the same. That means we're assuming flat enrollment. Why? Because we don't see at this time, based on historical trends, that we see increases of your enrollment. You just saw that you're going to have, a marketing campaign. So if that, comes to fruition and we see more students coming in, that's the goal. And if you also have the facilities to accommodate that increase in population and add more classrooms, then we could adjust that enrollment in future budget revisions. So this is not the final one. You have a lot more steps in this budget cycle. So, the only thing that doesn't stay flat is COLA. At this time, the cost of living adjustment is based on what we know from the governor's office, but that is about to change in January when he reveals what is his plan for the next year. And then he will provide COLAs for the next 2 years. What has been a difference since June adoption is that by the time we adopted the budget, all school districts, not in charter schools, not only OPA, we didn't know that the governor will provide one-time funding. This is, and that is on the right side of the screen. It is fully discretionary block grant. LEAs, meaning districts and charter schools, have broad flexibility in how to use the funds. And that table, it shows what is the California Department of Ed allocation for each of the sites. And then below, we are showing how much of that money is already included in the current budget. If you notice on the first column for the middle school, there is a rule, what we call the rule of thumb. One-time funds for one-time expenditures. So in this case, we had a great opportunity. You did have many one-time expenditures with the relocation of the middle school. So we actually leverage those grant funds to pay for some of those and reduce that deficit spending that you were showing of $300,000. So you will see that has been greatly reduced. And this was one of those strategies that we use. For the elementary schools, we have not used all the funds. There are still conversations that need to happen internally and what is the best way to spend those funds. We are only using so far $65,000 and $43,000 for the elementary schools. Next, on the expenditure side, what we are looking at is salaries and benefits. We're including the cost of a step-in column that is, from year to year based on the salary schedule, the employees move on that salary table. So that is, we're accounting for that. You also have what are the projected contributions, employer contributions for CalSTRS and CalPERS. And these revision of the budget already includes savings. The team goes line by line and determines what are the savings between what you projected in June to what is actually happening. So if there's savings for vacant positions, we already are accounting for those savings in here. Also, we're looking at the one-time expenditures associated with the block grant. There is one, and we'll discuss about that more detail during the middle school presentation. There was about $200,000 that we had to reclassify. Within the relocation expenditures, we had $200,000 that is considered capital projects. That means that you need to depreciate over time. You cannot just recognize it as expenditure this year. So that also helped reduce the deficit spending. So that we have done already the reclassification instead of waiting until the end of the year to show it. We work with our auditors on that as well. So what is not in the revised budget? Now, I want to be clear what is not in here. We don't account for any salary or benefit increases because they have not been approved by the board. We don't have any one-time funds because at this time, we don't know if the governor is going to provide any additional funding. The enrollment in attendance is, we are keeping that flat. So any increases or fluctuations or decreases, we will need to monitor and capture that at second interim, and then again add adopted budget. What we also don't have in here included on the expenditure side is the cost of the School Services of California study, because the board is still considering that, and the same for contracting the back office providers. We don't have a contract, right? So we cannot include that in here. So before we go into the multi-years, I'm borrowing this slide for our friends from School Services of California. And for multi-year projections, sometimes our stakeholders have the idea, well, but you told me in June that number was to be this. Unfortunately, it is a picture in time. So we work multi-year projections based on the assumptions that we have today. If something changes at the state level or at the local level with enrollment, those will change. So I always include this for our stakeholders that maybe they're watching at home at this time and they know that all the multi-year projections and the budgets are subject to change. And now I invite Rosa to present for each of the school sites.
Thank you, Ms. Delgado. Good evening, members of the board. So here I'm going to go basically schools by each school and give you a quick highlight of the changes compared to budget adoption back in June. So for the middle school, our revenues did decrease by 116,000, which is primarily due to the lower enrollment that was originally budgeted. So that's 24 less students. So that's the bulk of it right there. For expenditures, we did lower our budget by $334,000, and that is primarily due to that reclassification of middle school projects now being capital assets. We also did have across all three schools savings in salary and benefits, which is due to vacancies in job positions as well as our workers' comp insurance premium. So you'll see that across all three schools. So for the middle school here, for our multi-year projections for the current year, we are now estimating to end the year of a negative $89,000. And just to remind everybody that at budget adoption back in June, we were projecting a $307,000 deficit loss. So we have made several changes to the middle school budget, several meetings with middle school staff and our fiscal team as well as and our central office team to come to this number. And so at the end of the current year, we are expecting currently to end the year at a $1.4 million fund balance. And I also want to highlight that going forward for the next 2 years for the middle school, we are projecting positive revenues. So for fiscal year 26-27, we're projecting a positive $84,000, which results into a $1.5 million ending fund balance. For fiscal year 27-28, we're projecting a positive $74,000, with which then translates to an ending balance of $1.6 million. So now moving on to Saddleback Valley. Revenues are significantly higher, and you'll see this for both elementary schools, and that is primarily due to the employee retention credit refunds that we have been receiving from the IRS. And so that's primarily due to the interest. So that's really the main increase for the revenues for both elementary schools. Now, I will say that both elementary schools also had lower students than what we originally projected at budget adoption. But because we have TK students for both elementary schools, that actual rate that we are being funded came in higher than what we originally budgeted. So that's why the decrease in LCFF revenue isn't as high as you would expect compared to like the middle school, let's say. Okay. For expenditures, for Saddleback Valley, we are $350,000 lower, again, primarily due to those salary and benefits line due to vacancies and workers' comp insurance premium. We do have some other slight increases for materials and supplies, such as equipment, and then in professional services and depreciation. Again, with some of that offset with that one-time funding that Ms. Delgado previously mentioned. So what does this look like for the multi-year projection? We are now projecting that SV will end the year with a positive 667,000 excess of revenues over expenditures. Back at a budget adoption, it was a positive 53,000. So again, a lot of income that was recognized and savings and expenditures. So that leads to a ending fund balance of about $6.5 million for the current year. We're projecting positive, healthy excess of revenues over the next 2 years as well as a very healthy, positive ending fund balances here. And last but not least, South Orange County. For revenues, we have a $304,000 increase in revenues, again, primarily due to that emergency employee retention credit, sorry. And here I haven't noted the LCSF revenue, although there are less students, we have that higher TK add-on rate that we are actually receiving. So same scenario with the Saddleback Valley. And then on the expenditure side, we are projecting $502,000 lower, again, primarily due to those job vacancies and the worker comp insurance. We also had some minor savings in materials and supplies, as well as savings in services and other operational expenditures. And so what that looks like over the multi-year is a very healthy budget for SOC, projecting to end the year at a $1.3 million excess of revenues over expenditure, bringing the ending fund balance of $9.5 million, and also very healthy ending fund balances for the 2 years out for South Orange County. So, yeah. Switch it over to Ms. Delgado.
Before we continue with the combined revised budget, I would like to see if you have any questions at this point. Very good. So you have in front of you is a combined revised budget for all three sites. The table presents middle school, SV and SOC, and the percentages at the bottom of the below the ending fund balance is the percentage compared to the total expenditures. Again, this is a picture in time. So healthy reserves, 21% for middle school. They're growing. As remember, this is the third year of operation. The other two schools that they have been established for a long time, they have 85% and 104%, with a combined of 73% for OPA for all the schools. Next, please.
Well, can we stay there for a second on that last slide? I just wanted to mention what we talked about in Finance Committee with those reserve balances. Just a reminder, 3% is the legal requirement.
Mm-hmm.
So then when we're seeing, some of our sites are like at 104.
Yeah.
I just like what you shared around one. This is the moment in time.
Yes.
So these will adjust. But also we talked about considering making sure we maintain the 3%, but what above that as cushion might we want to have as an organization? And then releasing the rest to get spent on things that we've been holding back on that we want to prioritize.
Yes.
Because it does have a negative effect to carry a huge return for too long.
Yeah,
right?
you need to find that that fine line in between, right? Because we need to use today's dollars in today's kids. But I do have another slide where we're going to be talking about reserves. So thanks for bringing that. No, you're good. You're good. That is a great week for that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, you're absolutely right. We need to look at what is healthy and prudent, and also how we need to operate for our schools. So this one is, I'm a visual person, so I always include visually what are the components of our revenues. 80% of our revenues is LCFF, and that's why enrollment and attendance, because we are funded based on how many times those kids come to school. Attendance is very important. Not only the dollars from the business side, but also the kids learn more when they're in school, attending with their peers, right? So 80% comes from LCFF, and the rest is federal, state, and local. Next one, please. On the expenditure side, the majority of our expenditures, as I mentioned before during the school services presentation, is 76%. And that is realistically one of the areas where a lot of the controls need to happen. Because if you think about it, payroll, hiring, position control is 76% of your budget. So by developing procedures for contracts, purchasing, and payments, you're taking care of, a good percentage of your budget. But also we need to focus, and I think that is good that the board is looking into bringing that analysis, because that is an area where, you can find even more efficiencies. So next, now talking about budgetary reserves. So 3% is the minimum requirement that California is asking. Actually, if you cannot meet a 3% reserve, you have a negative certification, and then FITMET will be coming to meet with all of you. So that is not our situation. And why do reserves are important? Reserves are important to address economic uncertainties, manage cash flows, protect the charter school from unforeseen revenue shortfalls. Charter schools, different than districts, districts are funded based on the last 3 years of attendance. You are year to year. So you need to react quickly when enrollment declines happen. So that is the reason to have higher reserves. And other fiscal challenges that, that all organizations face. OPA's fiscal policy manual actually has a higher reserve threshold. The OPA must maintain an unrestricted ending fund balance that is equal to the 3%, which mirrors the state. But also the policy goal is to have the unrestricted ending fund balance for each school at or above 15% of total expenditures. You are there right now. And they want, the policy says that management is directed to develop a plan to reach that goal by 2030. So you are a little early, but remember, there's a picture in time. You will have probably a better picture by the end of the year when you close books. Then you see what is truly your reserve. But also, you have other expenditures coming your way, right? Because you're now thinking about a school office provider. You have not discussed salary increases in the future. So there are other priorities, board priorities that will need to be considered to really determine how much is going to be your reserve. Once you determine those priorities, then you could also consider long-term plans. And those long-term plans that we discuss in Finance Committee is, for example, a replacement plan for your equipment or your devices, because now students need devices and every 4 years you need to replace your technology equipment, IT infrastructure. You also need to do textbook adoptions. So start preparing, having more a plan in place and being reactive. So that's when you need to, talk to your chancellors and see the needs at the school sites first, determine those priorities and put plans in place, long range plans. Any other questions regarding reserves before we go into the next update?
Curious as we think about looking at our policy and reserve 15% in the future, possibly. 15% pretty consistent to what you've seen in other locations. I mean, I know it could be all over the place, but from your, expertise, what do you think about that?
Yes. Yes, some school districts and they have their own board policy that determines, for example, 3 months of operating expenditures. You could have your own board policy. I would say it's not a number. In my experience, it's not a percentage. It's more like, what are your current needs? And make sure that you stay solvent, but you also meet the needs today and you start planning for the future. You can have a healthy reserve and show a nice number there, but you are kicking the can down the road to replace your technology, or you're not having infrastructure in place. So I think it's a good balance, and I think it's a wonderful conversation to have in Finance Committee and also include your chancellors to have that conversation during budget development that it starts right after, January, when the governor reveals the budget for the next year. I think I also want to mention that we have to be careful when sometimes we use budgetary reserves do not equal cash reserves. Cash is a component of your budgetary reserves. So when you see, for example, 21% for middle school, 104 for SOC, it doesn't mean that the full 104% is in cash right now. It's a component. All your assets are included. So I want to make that determination. We do. Staff monitors cash reserves regularly when we receive payments from the state, and also when we have to make payments, because we want to make sure that we balance. And those are part of your reports every month as well. So I think staff is doing a good job at keeping the cash flow, an eye on the cash flow all the time. Very good. Okay.
Do these numbers reflect the loans that we have? as well, or that's?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, so the payments for the loans, the $60,000 a year, and we're gonna have that next. Thank you so much for all the questions, because we have all the answers. So, not all of them, but at least those. So, they are already, the $60,000 for the middle school is already part of the budget, so it is reflected in there.
Not at all.
So here, it's a December update for the middle school relocation expenditures, and the relocation plan. And so again, all the items highlighted in green have been completed, and those that are still pending will be identified with the word pending. And then those that, are not in green but have numbers, they're kind of also still pending, with some projects and are being finalized, with some, other projects pending, such as the iPads and the locker room conversion, just to name a few. It's just a quick update, and we'll provide another update in the January board meeting as well.
And the money set aside for those pending projects. That is part of the budget.
So speaking of the loan, so just a quick reminder that back in 2023, the board approved to secure a line of credit of $600,000 with the 2% interest rate. So included in the budget, we are paying as planned to have 10 monthly payments per year. That's for $6,000 a month, and pay that entrance monthly until it's fully repaid. So this year is the first year that we've started that repayment plan. And so we've paid $18,000 to the principal, and have paid a little over $5,000 in interest through November. And so again, if we continue with this plan that has been established with the board, it will be fully repaid by 2034. But as a board, you guys may want to consider changing that repayment plan as we continue to move with budget, second interim, and budget development and things like that. But currently, this is what the current year budget represents, as well as a multi-year projections at $60,000 a year repayment plan to the principal. Okay.
So for next steps, as I mentioned before, in January, we'll have governor's presentation with the proposed budget. Also in January, the annual audit report, you'll have the audit firm presenting to all of you for the last year's report. In March, we'll have second interim. In May, we'll have another revision to the budget. And in June, we'll bring LCAP and budget hearing, and then in a separate meeting, budget adoption. So as you can see, we throughout the year, we're busy refining those numbers. And I want to take a moment before I take additional questions to say thank you, of course, to all of you for having me, supporting you during this transition. But a special thanks to all the staff at OPA, and for having those difficult conversations, those sometimes about the budget and what are the strategies that we're going to use, especially with at the middle school. We had multiple conversations, and we appreciate the chancellor and the central office and the fiscal teams. So at this time, any other questions?
How come the loan repayment is only 10 months of payment?
I'm sorry?
How come the loan repayment is only 10 payments a year, not 12?
I'm going to guess on this one, okay? Typically, July and August, you don't receive that much money. So they probably negotiated something to when you're receiving a good stream of revenues, so you knew that you have the cash in hand. Also, the governor, sometimes he talks about deferrals, something that we have also discussed in finance committee. And typical deferrals happen in July and August when a school is not in session. So I think it was probably that reason. I was not here during that negotiations, but I think it was a smart move.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
That is correct.
That was correct. Yes.
Great question.
This may not be for you guys as much as it's for you guys, but with the regards to the middle school and goals for increasing enrollment, with the fact that the sixth grade class is so much bigger, and I know there is some attrition to seventh grade, I just wanted to make sure we're being mindful of space and class size and all that in the strategy.
Obviously, keep the map way
Yeah.
ahead, so that when we start to get open enrollment and look to see how many seats we will actually open the lottery, we'll be mindful of space and class size and all of that. It's big math
Of course.
and jigsaw puzzle, but we're working on that ahead of time, so we're really pretty in terms of not over offering over positions and then being stuck with.
And also
Crowding.
looking at credentials and where we can slide credentials, so should that sixth grade move up and we get a big backfill? What do we do on that eighth grade end to negotiate that or maneuver credentials around to make the jigsaw puzzle work?
The most challenging piece is we don't have historical numbers yet, because every year has been something different. So we're hoping after this next year, we'll be able to much better predict out, because we'll have that historical, we'll know what attrition is, have an idea of what's coming in, but we have some good starting points this year, hopefully, because we're moving from A to B without a lot of jish. Sure.
All right,
Thank you
so much.
Thank you.
I do want to also just like put an exclamation point on that. Thank you for the very comprehensive, thorough work that's been done. We know it's a big haul, so again, thanks to you both, especially. All right, J Civic Center Act Policy and Use of Facilities, Dr. Fricker.
Good evening again. Really quick on this one, this is something that, the Civic Center Act policy or use of facilities, is traditionally something that districts, have in their arsenal of board policies because they own their facilities. And the Civic Center Act says that we need to make those facilities available, open and available equitably to the public for use or rental. In this case, when we did sign in June 2nd, the facility use agreement with SVUSD, in that agreement, it requires us to have a Civic Center Act policy of our own. And so that's why you see it before you. I did work with Sarah Coleman at YM&C. She's the one that had generated the policy for us. We had this policy reviewed and vetted by our authorizers, both Capistrano, not in the facilities agreement, but SVUSD, just to make sure that they agreed with the policy that we were going to be adopting, and they reviewed it. There was no direct change to the policy itself, but you will see that what we call an exhibit or a ride along to this policy are the fee structures and the fee schedules for the actual facility structures. And so you'll actually see two. One is reflective of the Capistrano Unified fee schedule, and one is representative of the SVUSD fee schedule. So the Capistrano obviously would be attributed to the SOC campus, and the SVUSD facility fee structure will be attributed to the middle school and SV elementary campus. So we will have both of those. In our communications, when we push this out, we will make it very clear that these are the two fee structures and these are the campuses that they are attributed to. We did make sure that we edited, you have an edited version, some of the facility structures that would come from those two districts do not apply to the elementary locations or the facilities that we have. So you will see some of the things that are edited out, and then they will be removed on final approval of the Civic Center Act policy. But this is just for a first read, and for the board's consideration. And then this will, once approved, we'll send it to SVUSD and it will fulfill our facility use agreement requirement.
Any comments or questions?
Go ahead. Do you want to add that this was reviewed by Finance Committee already?
It was reviewed by Finance Committee as well. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Let's see, you go first.
Well, I was gonna ask something, but it's now in there, but this policy wasn't in our bulk report, so I was gonna ask what the groups mean on the fee structure.
There's two for folders. We realize that.
She's in one.
Yeah, he's in one and I'm in one. There's some issue with the board folders.
Okay.
We only need to discuss attachments that are on the posted agenda. So
Okay,
go
thank you.
off those, please, and then
That's-
what's in
yeah,
board
so-
folders. Okay.
I'm going off the agenda. I'm looking at the exhibits for the fee structures. And I'm confused about group D, Delta. Capo. Let me just make sure. Saddleback Valley and the middle school do not have a group D fee structure. And Capo does. And when I looked to see what Group D was in the policy, it's for school-connected fundraising events. And I don't understand why it's the most expensive rate for capo and why it doesn't exist. And the policy itself says that, I think at the executive director's discretion, you could lower it to a Group A rate. So why even have it? Or it's just confusing between the two.
And we
Comments on that?
the only comment I have is that we wanted to mirror, it was requested from Capo that we mirror their fee structure, which was slightly different. Originally, we had one fee structure for all of the campuses, which would be very nice and congruent for us. And so we mirrored Capo's in that regard. And the different fee structures are for public entities that are for-profit, non-profit, linked to our organization as like adjunct organizations with us, like our honor society would classify for that, and or groups that are using our structures for fundraising efforts for themselves, not necessarily that would be channeled back to our organization. It would be like clubs that could generate revenue for their club program. Not for the school or the affiliate, OPA in this case. So, but we could go back with our authorizer at Capo to see if we could maybe more align that or adjust the Group D.
Well, as long as the policy supersedes the exhibit and allows you to override and make it more affordable for those groups, I think it doesn't matter.
Okay. Yeah, and the policy is the policy. The policy is the rule.
Okay.
It's the rules in quotation.
We have a capital.
Any other questions or comments? Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. I think we are at our last presentation item, K. Security badge alert system.
Good evening. Okay, so this one is just coming back for a quick polish and recommendation to the board, and you'll see a recommendation later on in the action section of the board calendar for approval. We've already had a presentation on the security badge alert system. We want to let you know that we did evaluate 3 different vendors in terms of pricing, overall product, and then congruence and value that we feel that we would get out of the security badge system. First is Raptor, and then Syntegex is the second vendor, and then Single Wire is the third. We have a breakout of just the annual costs, year 1 and year 2, for the various vendors, just for your comparative value. And then recommending the Raptor vendor would be the proposal that we would have for the board in terms of value and cost. Raptor was one of the lowest costs for the product that we want to elevate to this badge alert system, and for reunification parent to student should something happen on campus and we have to go through reunification process and make sure that we pair up the right parent to the right student. In addition, we have the Raptor security system, the check-in system already on our campuses. So this is just their higher level functioning of that same platform, and we won't have to cross platforms. So it has more of a consistency nature to it and a integration, seamless integration. We did look at when you actually use the badge alert system, and we compared how you would have a badge and express a need if you're an employee. All of the badge alert systems come in 2 options. Either you press it 3 times or you press it like 6, 7, or 8 times, but there's only 2 different depressions that send a signal to have help come and assist you. If you press it the 3 times, it's a small or a minor event that's happening on campus, and any staff member can depress it 3 times and alert administration to come and assist you. If you depress at the higher level time, and you can pick 6, 7, or 8 depressions, that would be a major event happening on campus, and that would trigger a lockdown or a shelter in place. And so to differentiate between lockdown and shelter in place, the severity, we would then, once the board approves the system, we would then in our communication plan communicate out effectively and have pre-written communications as to which it is so that we can immediately start to alert families as to what the situation is on campus and why is a shelter in place and or why it is a lockdown. In addition to the communication plan that will be developed, a training plan will be developed for our staff. We already have time slated on the February Professional Development Day and the week of welcome, so that we can roll this out seamlessly by the start of the next school year. And then finally, oh shoot. It slipped in my mind. Anyway, so our recommendation is the Raptor badge alert system, and that will be coming later on in the action portion of your agenda. Any questions?
Was the last thing to go live? Because that's the last thing on the table.
What?
Was the last thing to go live? Because that was the last thing on the table.
Oh, yeah, it could be. Yes, when we actually go live and launch the entire platform. So, sorry, thank you.
I just have a comment that I think the parent-student reunification function is something that I think is very good and necessary, and I've heard from parents that it would be helpful to have that.
I agree too.
So related to that, I was gonna ask, should this be approved in a couple items down? What is the plan for information to parents and you know, I think this is something we want to make sure they know we now have activated and it will hopefully help. I mean, we hope to never use it, right? But I'm hoping it will bring more assurance to parents in terms of our ability to be quick responders.
And when we develop that communication plan, it's going to be both internal communication to our staff, but also external communication to our parents in terms of the, you know, showcasing that this is the product we have. Here are all the features. We'll probably send out a video so that they can look at the system itself and all of the features. And then we'll use it on social media and different marketing platforms as well to kind of highlight the safety and secure features of our campuses. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Questions or comments? Thank you.
Thank you.
Student
so much.
safety is paramount to our organization. Yeah, we appreciate the work.
Thank you. Just want to pulse check, should we need a small break or are we good to keep it moving? Okay, keep going. Right, items for action. A, approved 2025-2026 first interim budget reports.
I'll make a motion.
A motion and a second, you'll approve?
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the motion.
I make a motion.
Okay, thank you. The second was,
Here's me.
any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? And any abstentions? So move. B, approval of Raptor badge alert system for purchase. May I get a motion in a second, please?
I'll motion. I'll second.
Okay, thank you. The motion is member Fryler. Okay, and then, any discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? So move. Approval of school services of California. Any further discussion? I'm sorry, can I get a motion in a second?
I'd like, can I motion to approve it? But not to move forward with the project until after we make a decision with the back office provider? Is that possible? Like approval pending start date after decision made? Or is that not necessary?
Go ahead and make the motion and we'll get a second and we'll talk about it.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve the proposal with a start date after the back office provider has been determined.
I'll second it.
Okay, I have to make sure. All right, discussion about that? I'm curious in terms of your thoughts with. I'm just thinking about contracting and things like, is there any detriment or benefit, like, this will just then be on pause until.
It would just be delayed till the January 22nd.
I
Well,
think
their contract, their contract just says not to begin before January 26th.
Yeah.
So
It doesn't have
we
an
can
expiration.
still approve that. It just means it would start necessarily until.
Well, and it would be good to understand from them on when, if we delay it, are they still gonna be available in February or like, cause I wouldn't want it to become, like, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Is I wouldn't want it to become a, that we don't have them doing what they said they did if we, because the timing of the back office is that much later.
Right. I was just going based off the fact
Yeah.
that she expressed that she would want to work with
Yep.
the provider, should we choose to move forward with the provider.
Yep.
Well, knowing that that would be her intent, I wonder if we could just say, it's not that they can't start to maybe do some ground level work, but it has to be done in coordination with that determination around the back office provider.
That
Once
would be
that
an
happens.
amended motion then.
Well, I know,
Yeah.
I'm discussing it. I
Yeah.
feel if
Yeah.
that's what
Yeah.
you want, we would need to amend the motion.
I'd like that.
Yeah.
Do you mind amending it or I have to do
Yeah,
it?
could you
You have to do
amend
it.
it?
So can you rephrase what you said?
I
Say it one more time maybe so I can amend my motion. In conjunction?
Yeah, in coordination.
Okay.
With determinations made related to the back office provider.
I'd like to amend my motion to approve the proposal in coordination with determinations made regarding a back office provider.
And is there a second to that? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? Okay, so move.
Hearing.
The approval of special education, master contract, Ohio Autism Therapy LLC. May I get a motion and a second?
I'll motion.
Thank you.
Second.
Is there a discussion or questions?
No.
Okay, we'll move into vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those in favor, please say aye. Any noes? Any abstentions?
I said aye, sorry.
Oh, I didn't.
Distracted.
Aye.
I got distracted. Sorry. Yeah.
Or,
No.
okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? Thank you, so moved.
Sorry.
Oh, no worries. I know it's getting late. Items for consent. Items listed under consent are voted on by the board in one motion and one vote. There's no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless a member of the board or staff request specific items before the consent. Before making a motion, any member like to pull an item from the consent calendar. I would like to pull item A2, approval of the minutes for the special meeting. B2. B2, personnel report.
Oh, that was mine too.
A6.
Bingo.
6. Any other?
B1.
One. Any other? Going once, going twice. All right, may I get a motion, based on what's being pulled to approve consent?
So moved.
Okay, so the motion is to approve consent.
For everything but A2, A6, B1 and B2.
Thank you, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right. I know, I was trying to find where to capture the vote.
Right at the top.
Thanks. They're all, I mean, I was just, okay. All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? Any abstentions? All right. We're going back to the items that were pulled. The first one being A2. So I understand it was a quick turnaround time. I was asked to provide feedback on a draft of these minutes. I did. That feedback was not captured in what I saw posted, so the minutes are incorrect. So how would we like to proceed? I can tell you the changes now verbally. I can give them to you after the meeting and bring it back. Okay, perfect. Any other like comments or discussion on that one? So it's gonna be tabled.
Table.
We still need to do it.
Yeah.
I checked. Okay, what was the next one? 8-6.
So,
I'm sorry, did I do?
Make a
we're
motion.
doing the last one. I need a motion and a second
Yeah,
over A6.
A6.
Sorry.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. Is there a
Second,
second?
second.
Thank you. Okay, now discussion.
I don't know. All right,
Up to you now.
now that we've been second,
You're up.
I just want to know why a paging system so expensive only has a 12-month warranty. Like, is there a way we can, is that standard?
The 12-month warranty is on the hardware itself, so typically this Atlas year where you get, you know, some hardware is usually a 1-year warranty, then it comes with factory warranty, so that's what the warranty is for. For those speakers.
That's standard.
That's standard.
Okay. Oh, my furnace had a bigger warranty than that. All right, if we can't do anything about it, we can't.
Unless you have like accident. It's factory, it's already been.
All right, any
That's
other questions?
no, that's it.
Okay, so we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? And any abstentions? All right, so move. Okay, our next one was B1.
I make a motion.
I'll second. Okay, hold on. Sorry. Thank you. Okay, who made the motion?
I did.
Nice, thanks. Thank you. All right. Discussion.
I believe we've approved this before, so I'd like to understand why it's being brought back up at this meeting.
So the ELOB contract for IMCA, you're right, has been approved prior. There is no monetary change to the contract. In the upcoming fiscal audit or internal audit that we are going to have next year, the service providers for our ELOP program have to be designated. So we have to designate YMCA, and then later we're going to bring back Boys and Girls Club to do the same thing. So that they are in the contract designated as our ELOP provider, and that will satisfy the audit requirement.
Okay. And just another thing to think about in the future for them is this is the exact amount of the contract. And even in their contract itself, it talks about that, you know, more than likely will be higher than this. So it might be worth looking at to determine like what is the typical cost for the year and just set that cost or like not to exceed.
Yeah.
So then, because I can guarantee this is probably going to come back again.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Move to the vote. Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Noes? Abstentions? So moved. All right, B2.
I'll make a motion.
Second.
All right, discussion?
I just had a question on why there's no web 25-26.
Second.
Dang, that's not what I thought. Hey, a different question. It has to do.
I only see for 24-20. I just want to make sure that.
It just got missed.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Put it on January. We'll add it to January. These are
Awesome.
just pre-approvals of the people that are tied to them and then the actual payments will be there.
Awesome.
Thank you.
I had a different thing. So, Ms. Hall is listed as an executive secretary under separation. And when she was hired, it was listed as an executive assistant, and I believe the position is executive assistant. So do we need to amend the motion for that?
I think we're both, yes.
Okay.
We're wanting those changed. That's what we're approving.
The one we'll add in the January. We can add that on as a designated date in the January.
The web statement.
Okay, the web. Okay, but for the separation one, we should amend it to have the correct title.
Okay, I will amend my motion to include the correct title for Christine Hall to be executive assistant.
I will second the amended motion.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions? All right, so move. Their consent. Items that were pulled. Executive director report.
Good evening, happy holidays to everybody. It is just going to be a hopefully fun-filled holiday break for all of the staff who have been working so hard across all of our campuses. We've got to see many of the holiday events, and so joyous times are being had by all. We are coming around to all of the campuses tomorrow, special holiday cheer to all of the staff as well. So I look forward to that. And I just wish for the board to have a very happy holidays, as well as all of that here as well. So see you and then.
Yeah. Okay, board of directors reports. I'll start with member Shaw.
So I have a bit of sad news. Unfortunately, due to some changes at work and in my professional obligations, I have to step off the board at this time. So this will be my last meeting. I was very excited to join the board when I did, and it was, I think I interviewed once and didn't make the cut. Somebody else might have made the cut. And, I tried again. I was very happy to join. I've been really grateful for the opportunity to work with everyone towards a lot of great projects, including the new middle school. But with the new demands I face at work, I won't have the time to effectively fulfill the obligations, including attending meetings, meeting prep, committee attendings, and staying on in that way would be a disservice to the students in the school, and I couldn't do that. It's been a privilege to work with my fellow board mates. They are a great group of very dedicated people who volunteer their time and consistently work towards the best for our students and staff at OPA. There's so much going on in the background, and I've been consistently impressed with their dedication and commitment to always doing what they think is in the best interest of the organization. And I'll do my best to support them and the school and the students going forward. It's been awesome to work with the central office staff and the school site staff, and together they make such a great team working towards doing everything they can to create and develop strong programs here at OPA. And lastly, I would encourage anyone who's interested in getting more involved to consider getting involved with the board. And even if you're not interested in joining the board, what makes OPA great is families and their commitment on campus. And as Adam and the other chancellors mentioned earlier, we'll still have 2 students at OPA, and so I'll remain as active as I can as a parent, and look forward to keeping to support all of you guys as we keep working for the schools and students. And then otherwise, Jingle Jam was really great, and just like standing remotely in here. And thank you so much to the SV Honor Society for their help in the library project.
Not that I have this authority, but I don't accept the report tonight. All right, Member Freiler.
Thank you to Classified Employees of the Year. And thank you to Honor Society and staff for their hard work in keeping the traditions like Polar Express or Jingle Jam or Frosty Follies alive. Thank you to all the parents for helping at school. We couldn't do any of these things without all of your help. And if you can't volunteer at school, we appreciate just keeping up with all the fun emails of what to wear this week. It's a lot. I'm wishing all the staff, students, and parents a restful break, and congratulations to the spelling bee winners. And Samir, I'm going to be very sad that you're leaving. You've been a very calming, supportive board mate. It's been wonderful working with you, and best of luck.
All right, Member Fauci.
I want to echo, I'm going to miss you. So thank you for your service, Dr. Shah, to OPA. It's been a pleasure serving with you, just short few months, but it's been really great. I want to congratulate the SOC campus on the California Honor Roll distinction and the VEX Robotics grant. Also, I was able to accompany the second grade class at SOC to the Heritage Museum. That was really cool. Got to see how they experience, the enrichment activities we had outside the classroom. I attended the Jingle Jam at SOC. I've been making site visits with the chancellors. I've so far met with the SOC and SV chancellors. I'm going to be meeting with the middle school chancellor next month. So I'm excited to do that. And in general, lastly, just want to wish our families, our students, our staff a happy holiday season, a good break. I want to thank everyone for the hard work and all the different activities that we have going on. There is a lot. There's I can't even count how many things. Polar Express was a huge lift, I'm sure, at every school. So big thanks to the parent volunteers and the honor societies who put so much work in the last few weeks. And of course, our staff.
Member Travis.
I'm gonna miss you so much, Samir. When we lost Paul, I'm like, oh, those are big shoes. But you have definitely come on board and just been incredible to the organization. And people don't always know all the things that we do, but you've truly been a very good guiding voice in our conversations, and it's been much appreciated. I'm definitely going to miss the camaraderie as well as the laughs. So please don't be a stranger. You can come any meeting. Beyond that, last night I had a chance to attend the Jingle Jam, and it was definitely standing room only. But what amazed me the most was how much the teachers put together such an amazing program for the students. And you literally couldn't see, you just saw a sea of parents that were smiling ear to ear to keep that OPA tradition alive. And so it was really neat to see that. And it's very exciting to see how much those programs are blossoming at OPA, the Polar Express, likewise. The other thing is, recently, we had a very long, productive finance committee meetings. We've been having CBO interviews, which are always good to kind of get done. And we definitely are excited for the class parties tomorrow and Frosh Follies that are finishing out the year. Frosh Follies is a strong tradition here at OPA, so I'm excited to see that is still living on and that the program is continuing to go to all the school locations to continue that tradition. I do want to thank everybody for all the hours and dedication, the parents, the students, the staff, everybody, the admin team, everybody. Lastly, I would like to ask the governance committee if they could bring forth at one of our next meetings our board values, which was something that had been discussed last year in governance. And I'm hoping that you guys can bring it forward so that we can adopt those. But I do just want to say thank you to everybody and wishing everybody a restful and peaceful happy holidays and cheers to 2026.
Thank you. So this will be a little repetitive, but I too, participate in the finance committee. We've been previewing the fiscal related policies and consent, items related to, financial matters and, we've previewed the first interim budget. Also participated second interviews for the CBO. I've been out and about, do the things I've been to include Jingle Jam at SOC, the band concert at the middle school, and Frosty Follies here at SB. And as has been said, I truly appreciate all the hard work and effort that goes into those events, and just giving those opportunities to our students to shine in different ways. So it's just been fantastic to see those events and students flourish in that way. Member Shaw, through your calm presence and your thoughtful leadership, you've consistently contributed to our team with both balance and integrity. I'm deeply grateful for the care, wisdom, and commitment you brought to every discussion and decision, and especially as we've navigated very complex matters, and you truly will be greatly missed. With that, I want to wish everyone a peaceful and fun holiday season. All right, we will now recess back to closed session at 10:37 p.m. All right, welcome back. The meeting was reconvened to open session at 1:15 a.m. Public report of action taken in closed session. With a motion from member Freiler and a second from member Akashe. The board took action to advise council to retain a third-party investigator to explore a new complaint. The board designated the board president and board vice president to manage all active investigations on behalf of the board as needed. This was with a vote of 4-0. Member Shaw was aye, member Akashe was aye, member Freiler was aye, member Smith was aye, and member Travis abstained. Adjournment. It is recommended that the board adjourn the regular meeting of the Oxford Preparatory Academy of the board of directors on now December 19th, 2025. May I get a motion in a second?
I'll motion. A second. Give it
to. All right. Your last second. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any noes? And any abstentions? All right, the meeting is adjourned.